Good morning, traders. Vindy here with FuturestraderElite with a guest special K, Thursday edition. Hope everybody's been doing well this morning. As you can see, the overall bias on the market's pretty bearish, really. On the intraday, the higher time frame, it could be bearish, could be bullish. We need to wait and see what they do when they open the market up here in about 5 minutes. Looking pretty nasty on the 4-hour chart. You know, if they can open the market and drive price back up to say 500, then it could start looking a little bit better. But I think everybody should have in mind to be thinking we might start seeing 29.5, 29,500. I think is going to be on the book. Maybe not for today, but I think in the very near future we need to be thinking about 29.5. They cleaned up a whole lot of things on the chart with the drop that they did, taking out a whole lot of imbalance that was to the downside, and we still have a lot of imbalance to the downside. This is still some 4-hour imbalance here. What we have left is from 112 to 162 on the 4-hour for the imbalance. And then just below that, we have some 15-minute imbalance from 998 to 30,062. And then we have some more. You can see down here, we've got more 4-hour imbalance down here, 692, 742 to 742. And then we got the gap fill. Here's the gap fill from the overnight gap up when we headed into 30K before that whole run started. So you've been warned, you can be well prepared that there's a possibility that 29K could be on the ticket. Not for today necessarily, but it could be on there for today. We dropped almost 1,000 points, or 700-800 points, 900 points from the all-time high overnight last night. I don't know the exact number, but it was a lot of points. NQ can move 1,000 points in a day easy, and that's all it would take. It wouldn't even take that to get to 29.5. So things to me seem pretty bearish overall. Now, I'm going to tread lightly today. It might just be shorts, might be able to find some pops, but we need to wait and see what it looks like when they open the market today. We just put in a double top on the pre-market here. They put in the pre-market high right here. Come down a little bit. Just went back and touched it again. Another rejection. So might be a down day, or they could prove us wrong. They open it. Open in just under a minute. Morning, Richard. Morning, Remod. Morning, James. Crew piling in, getting ready for the open. $15 seconds or so. Go. Market's open. ATR, you can see, is around 30 for now. Gonna sit sidelines. Probably wait till after the first 15 minutes are put in. Yeah, Richard, good thing to be focused. Already in along. Getting ready to do some scalping, I see. Wrong with it. Be safe. From the way the charts are looking right now, it seems like just about any kind of long that we're going to see or bounce, it looks like it's going to be met with some pretty hard resistance maybe today, unless they can prove us wrong here in the first, say, 15 to 30 minutes at the open. I do think there's a possibility that they try to drive us up to 30,500, but then I'd be curious. I really feel like if they can get it there, I think it's going to check there. Just a wait and see game. They could slow grind it here the first half of the day to try to get it back to 30,500. Slow grind it to the upside, get there, and then head south the rest of the day. ATR still hanging out around just over 30. Remod's already calling out Jomo. Must be waiting for the first 15 minutes to close. Nice. Richard already made $500 on the long. Good job, Richard. So what about $100 an account, Richard? Still, that's what it's about. That's compounding. If that's what you're talking. Nice job. That's what it's like to take those base hits. Take those base hits and multiply it. Got to keep wrist tight and keep compounding that way. That's great. Congratulations. Huh? it push back down. Hopefully they're just going to range it here. I need to lock in case they want bouncing back and forth. Could be wrong. That 15-minute candle closure is about 7 minutes. If they close that up here above its 15-minute 50, that's looking good on the long side, straight out on the intraday here for the early set. Might clean it up a little bit for the first part of the day. No, James. I wouldn't say he's my student. Richard's pretty new, I believe, to the stream. I think I'm not. I probably won't try to test the waters here again unless until that 15-minute orb locks in, because it's going to be interesting to see if that 15-minute candle closes up there above it 15-minute 50. Although it could still go on a chop. They could close above that, but then turn around and still put in the next 15-minute candle, could be to the downsides. Now they can get pretty choppy, not long in. Sometimes it don't take long for us to get into the session. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, it'll start getting a little too whippy and choppy. You need to wait for it to smooth out a little bit, but I tested the waters on the short there a minute ago, and I was probably too early. It could be this here, this handle here. This could be the turnaround, maybe range it, or it could go up there and test that pivot first. A lot of things that could happen over the next 5 minutes before that candle closes. Yeah, it's already gotten kind of choppy in a way, but since they're not driving it hard to the upside yet, they're not dropping it either. So it is kind of odd, especially only be 10 minutes. Unless here we go with the drop now. They could bring us all the way back to the orb low. Having our range so far, we're about 210 to 364, so about 154 points or so. That give or take some in the orb. No, I would not describe an order block as being a range. An order block is a well, we're not going to get into that on the stream today. But no, I don't consider that a range. Someone out there might use terminology to make it sound like that, but I wouldn't use that terminology to describe it. I don't think that our 15-minute candle close is going to be anywhere near the 15-minute 50. We do have about 2.5 minutes on it, but I don't think it's going back up that way. I hadn't really seen a very good orb play at the open in a while. Maybe today will be the day where we break out of the bottom side of the orb, get a retest to the orb for the short, and if it's going to be a trend to the downside, maybe. Special K's in it at 305 short. I closed, re-entered to lock in profit on the one I had. Close that one out. Going in for my third time here. Looking for a death candle, but I don't know if we'll get it. Pretty much just scalping the momentum to the downside at this point. Waiting for the right candle. We should get a hard down candle. Maybe. Break out of the bottom of this orb. Come on, push hard. Stop. Don't stop me out. Push. 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 Pushing. Come on down there, that pre-market low. Push. Death candle. Closing below the low there. Push more to the downside here. Special K's in it with one from 303 or 305. Up 220, 1 micro. Popped out again. Possibly get us bounce here and deck for another leg down. I think I'm going to sit out of it for now, though. I want to see. Good job, Richard. I want to see if it gets takes out the pre-market low or come back down here. See it it swept the orb low, but then come back right back inside. So now I'm gonna have to wait and see if they either want to drive this up here and range this here still, or if we're gonna get a leg down. If we get a leg down, I still think I want to short it under 1-2, because then we're breaking structure on the higher time frame. Well, if the 15-minute closes below the pre-market low. So although this could be a back and forth thing, anybody else catch that short other than me, Richard, and Special K? I was just scalping the momentum and downside for the most part. I didn't really get in soon enough, so I just scalping it, locking in almost to $100 across 7 accounts, almost 700. Now if they reject out of this S2 pivot here decently, or if they're going to bust above, then be looking at the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. They're at 288 to 297, where the 5-minute 50 is. If they don't reject at those 50s, the 1 and the 5 right here, then you have to think they might try to range it all the way back to the high. And if they do that, then we got to be concerned with what kind of day it's going to be. May not be bearish or bullish, could just be a range day. And then it'll be bias will be bearish if they break through the orb low and stay, and be bullish if they break over the orb high and stay. What a rejection. Try short here again. They can come down here and take out that pre-market low. I don't want to stop to protect myself. Already got me. Like that. ATR sitting around 40. Looking too great on the short right now. Now they done got me in the red. Got me good. They're above that 5 minute. Back and forth. Melinda said there's decent support on the overnight low on the hourly chart. Wish they'd really hammer down on this to the downside. Yeah, yeah, all the higher time frames aren't looking too well. Yeah, if they take out the overnight low, we'll take out this low, it'd be break structure continuation to the downside. ATR is still up there pretty good though. Yeah, that's why we need to see what this 15-minute candle closes in 3 minutes. We need to see if it gets down here further because they could keep us in range for right now. Yeah, it don't matter, Richard. You call me FTE or Vindy. That was a nice little quick scalp short off that trend line. 3 micros got me back in the green. I was sitting in the red. Pull my good job, Melinda. I'm gonna pull this trading view chart over real quick. Look at this 15-minute chart here on the right where we got this trend line. When that market opened, they pushed that 15-minute up, but pushed that candle all the way back below that trend line. Look at this next 15-minute come up and tagged right at that trend line. So that's not looking good on that 15-minute chart. That's why I think that we're still going to be bearish on the day, the way it's treated. So when it comes to that 15-minute chart, I'm going to be looking for a candle that gets up there and, breaks that eventually. Excuse me. Everything right now really looks like a lot of chop. Probably ought to quit messing around in it, even scalping. I should probably just wait and see if we can get some kind of confirmation of a break of the orb or, the low to the downside or the high to the upside. Because I was in the green decent and I put myself in the red messing around with this chop. Got back in the green. Kind of time to put on the brakes, really. Done took more trades first 30 minutes than I sometimes I take all day on the stream. Been short. Yeah, I thought about shorting this right here again, right where we're at, like you said, but or getting in, but I'll do it 1 micro. If I do, I just don't know if I want to do it. I'm looking more like let's break out of the bottom side of the orb, get a retest for confirmation on the orb low, maybe for a better drop. Although that trade plan may not work out. Might keep it inside the orb or drop it out, push it back in like they did over here. Higher time frame charts are looking nasty. Lower time frame charts look just as nasty. Have all this 4-hour imbalance down here needs to be filled too. 112 to 162. Helped a little long there. Could be a orb low retest though here. They want to bounce it high enough to retest the orb low for a confirmation short retest. About probably 107 to 123 to the downside on the 15 chart. Try to work it down to 920. I think would be our greatest area of support on a free fall right now would be 921 possibly. Tag the orb low there. See if they want to march this on up a little bit, or if they're going to reject the retest. Take it on here to the trend line. Like that's where y'all want to go. Maybe retest that pivot. ATR still up there pretty good. Between 35 and 40. Gotta be careful out there. Pretty high. Now, there. They keep driving this up. That's going to start looking good on the 5 minute. Starting to shift the way the chart looks. Starts on your lower time frame, and eventually work into where your higher time frame charts start looking just under 3 minutes on the 15 candle. If they could get it up, back up in here somewhere, if that 15-minute candle closes above this structure up here, say 317 wick, then they could be trying to do something else to the upside. I don't know if they got what it takes. They do. Pretty impressive. Section. No. Absolutely not, James. Never size up because of a loss. How you can multiply your losses on tilt. The only time you could adjust your size. Some people trade, this exact amount every time. I prefer to trade. I'll change mine up based on the grade of the trade. A plus setup. Of course, you're going to put a little more on there on size. it's an A minus or A or B plus or B minus, you might do 2 or 3. If you're in here and the ATR is really high, like it's been since it opened, and we're scalping some, and it can move 40 points in 1 minute, because my ATR is set at points, not ticks. And it's been ranging a lot between 30 and 40. Then size down. That 15-minute candle is about to close in 20 seconds. It don't really look that good. Closing down here. And so the next one could open up and still reject out of 300. 300 could be the line in the sand, possibly. They've done swept up here above it a few times. Right here. Keeps rejecting. So we'll just have to wait and see if they confirm that they want to keep driving this up here, or if we're going to get some sort of sweep and reject again. And then I'm going to sit on the sidelines for a while, I think. Things clean up a little bit. We're rejecting off that 15-minute trend line again. Kind of why I'm waiting. I want to see. I got to wait 15 minutes to get a confirmation candle on that chart, then I will. But that little push there was off that trend line, 15-minute chart. They'll have just under 12 minutes, 15-minute candle. So could be a little choppy up here. If they don't drive it straight up, they could, chop us around the trend line. Might just get it, force it up. We'll see. Testing this trend line on the 1 minute, getting pushed back up. Although if it's closed under 5-minute 50, that ain't real nice. Huh. Small little scalp there to the pivot point. Little bitty base hits, trying to stack them up. In case it's a test of the pivot, and they bounce up off that. They close below it, we could see more downside. Now, if they want to bring this down, but they want to drive this up, then we need to see something like right here. Have some imbalance there. Five-minute imbalance there. 1-minute imbalance down here. They're gonna drop it at all, but if they want to try to turn this around bullish and they pull back, we need them to save or blow here somewhere in this imbalance. They yet to been able to put in a higher high yet. What we're looking for to see if there's a turnaround, of course, on a lower time frame is then to be putting in some higher highs on the higher lows on the 1 minute. See what they really want to do, but looks like 300, around 300 is the line in the sand. It looks like. Now they keep getting up into that area until they break that area. Don't have to think that it's short. Broke up above. But 15-minute candle still 5 minutes to close, which gives them ample time to push it back under the trend line on the 15-minute. They want to do. They could tag, let's say they take a pre-market high and reject. The possibility they push it back down below 300. Don't, then we about maybe some long plays here. Richard. Richard took it long at 301. Like there could be a lot of resistance around 325. Could be. Keep it up here, keep tapping again. Move on past the pre-market high. Close that 15 candle. A lot better. A lot better. Micros in run. I have about 3 minutes for the 15-minute closes. Got about 1 minute on the 15 minute. Looks a lot better. Like keep it up. Don't get no crazy death candle. Job on the long trade, Richard. 15 closing right. Looks pretty good. See what they do with it. Uh, 295, 296 would be a 15-minute trend line retest that broke above the first trend line on 15 minutes. Excuse me. Our nice scalp, 306, 323. Basically, all I'm doing right now is scalping it a little bit. Really liking the price action. Trying to take just little bitty base hits. Let them stack up. Come down, look like did another trend line retest. Not quite. Got to get down about 2. ATR still hopping around between 25 and 30. Still have about 6.5 minutes on the 15-minute candle to close that they're working on. They can close that above the 15-minute 50 and the orb high. Be looking pretty good. Everybody doing pretty good today? Are we green, red, yellow, purple? Melinda said we're fighting VWAP. What price is VWAP at, Melinda? FP said I'm white, which means flat. Sitting on the sidelines, maybe. No position is a position. I locked that first set out. They're all over 100, so I locked those out and rotated out. Yeah, just one good trade. That's all it takes is one good trade. What's going on, Chris? Morning. FP said he got the surrender flag out. I don't blame you, FP. Right, Richard. Exactly. Keep to the rules and the discipline. Make price come to you. Don't chase price. Plan your trade and trade your plan. We got about just over 3.5 minutes on the 15-minute candle. Keeps trying to push green. It will be pretty bullish if they push it green in 3 minutes and close over the 15-minute 50. Although we got that S1 pivot up there to worry about as well. But a green close on the 15-minute will look real good for the long side. What's that, Special K? What are you doing over there? Special K says she's red in one, green in the other. It's been a tough morning for sure. I've been red, green, red, green, red, green. I like Christmas time though, so I think I was doing it on purpose. James just watching, trying to understand. I wish Santa would ride through here on his sleigh and bring me a sack of money. Rolling and passed out. All right. Anybody, Melinda never answered me. Anybody out there use VWAP can tell me what price VWAP is at? I don't use VWAP. But if people are going to be talking about it, it's around 319. Yeah. Thank you, Melinda. Thank you. Thank you. Come on, push that 15-minute candle up. I want to see this thing get bullish. Although, like I said at the beginning of the day, we could see them try to push this to 500, but then I'd be real inclined to think that if they do push it to 500, we're going to see rejection there for a bigger move to the downside, because if they don't straighten up the chart on the high time frame, we need to be thinking that 29.5 is in play. 29.5. I did say that out loud. 29.5. Don't have to be today. Don't have to be tomorrow. But if they don't straighten up the high time frame chart, I think that's where we're going. Yeah, I agree with that, Richard. If they can get above it, I don't use it like that though. So that's why I don't even have it on there. But knowing that the price is around 319, I feel like if the 15-minute candle closes below 319, that's a better perspective of things than, the 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute chart. You get a high time frame that's going to close below that number, and it means a lot more. We got 25 seconds before the 15-minute candle closes. So if it drops, like if they drop this right here in the next 20 seconds, then it's definitely going to be under VWAP. And then it's kind of like, well, what are they going to do here? Although we did stay above the trend line that it broke through on the 15-minute, at least so far. Got 7 seconds. It's getting real close to it. It almost closed on it. Almost. That's insane. High time frame. So, what is it? It's 10:45 market time. What are we going to do? Chop around VWAP for the next 2 hours? Melinda said she's green across 5 accounts. Good day. But only using 2 contracts. Nothing wrong with that, Melinda. Nothing wrong with that. Can't figure out when I'm red, you still manage to be green. Uh, I'm not sure that I even understand what you mean by that, James. You mean because like since we've been on today, I've put myself in the red and then I got back into the green and then I went back in the red and back in the green. If that's what you're talking about, well, it's just this morning I did a lot more scalping than I've ever done on stream, I believe, and the I did a lot more scalping than I usually do on stream. But I got them accounts. I was copying 7 accounts when that was going on, and I had several funded tied into that. That's funded in evals. Once I got them over 100, I was like, I'm locking them out. So I rotated out to fresh evals. I don't need Lambo numbers and to be trying to act like I'm making $50,000 a day when I just locked in $700. I don't touch it again until tomorrow or the Asia session tonight, just depends. So now I know that I locked that in. Come in tomorrow if I do a little over $100 or 200, whatever that number might be. Then I'm at 14, and then Monday I'm at 21. It compounds over 7 accounts. Takes you a little bit longer to get them where you need to go because you're not putting big numbers in them every day. But what's the point in putting up that kind of risk to get big numbers so that I blow the account, go on tilt or take a bad loss and then it takes me several days to get it back, And to say, I think one of the things that helped me control my emotions, something to help me control my emotions, I think, was when I switched from trading minis to micros and sizing down. If you size down and you get a good fit with whatever your risk is, then it's a lot easier to have no emotion about it. But when you're putting a lot of risk out there, especially trading minis, when I was scalping with minis, I would scalp anywhere from 1 to 7, sometimes 10, scalping with. So I would manage the trade the same as I would any other trade, James. If I were to get in the drawdown, but I was liking the trade, and I felt that it was worth DCAing around structure or something, I would just treat it like any other trade. Now, it sounds like a lot, but you got to think, I'm not looking at 7 accounts. I'm only focusing on what you're seeing on my screen. I'm focusing on one trade in one account. Yes, I'm copying it, but I don't process it like that. Like I don't see them right in front of my eyes. I just see the one trade that I'm doing. Richard, is dollar cost average in. If you're in a position it goes against you and you add more contracts, there's a big hoorah out there about that. Some people hate it, some people don't. Uh, I do add the positions that go against me the right way. And it's got a bad rap because people just start clicking a button just because they're in the red. Say I was in a trade right now, but I believe we was going to be saved at the S2 pivot. Let's say I was in one long right here where we're at, but I have faith here that the S2 pivot is going to save me. Then when it gets down here, I'll hold this position to there if it goes against me. And if it looks like it's going to bounce and find support there, then I'll add down here. If it don't, then I cut my trade because it is invalid. So, hey, what's going on, T? Long time no see, T Grady. What we got to be good. T's on. He trades minis. We can't be talking about minis no more. Topping it up on the VWAP, huh? Yep, Melinda, it wouldn't be a bad idea if you're gonna. I think anybody that does use VWAP, that they should always add it to a higher time frame as well. You can't really just pay attention. You really need to know what your higher time frame is doing to them levels that you're watching on the lower time frame. Good idea. I trade them F minis. Sometimes those D minis, A minis. Looking to buy at 220. Like your thought process. Why we have boxes down there? Need to move my boxes, huh? FP's saying that all the higher time frames are pointing lower. I believe that. I hadn't been paying attention to them the last few minutes, but they wasn't looking good earlier. I'm through them real quick. They're just ugly. All the high time frames are. Tell you what the most concerning one is. Look at this. I have to give it time and let it play out and see. Time frame just pretty rough. Rough. Yeah, the 15 minute is the only one that I like right now. But the problem is, I guess it's hung up on VWAP. You know, I mean, we got that real nice looking 15-minute candle where they pushed it back up off that low this morning. We broke through the first trend line. It retested. Now it's kind of trying to chop, but I don't know. I mean, if we can get above VWAP, I could see 500 in play possibly today, maybe. They keep tapping, they're going to break through the ceiling. So it's a nasty mess. It's like not even worth trading at all. Without, we need some kind of confirmation. Yeah, well, that's kind of what my thought process was, T, on the day, that we might end up being intraday bullish to 500, but then might see rejection there. I think 500 is around, I think there's a 4 hour trend line, bearish trend line, that if we got to 500 on that 4 hour, I mean, it could sweep or do anything, but if that 4 hour closes below that trend line, just depends on when they, if it happens, when it happens, that we could see more downside. Now remember, we have things to clean up on the chart to the downside. They cleaned a lot of it up with the drop overnight and this morning, but there's still a lot to be cleaned up all the way down to 29.5. Richard took the long at 335. 15-minute candle closes in 2 minutes, and if it pushes down from right here, still don't look good. Yeah, if they could push it above the 15-minute 50 before it closes, that would be great. trade. Richard? Orb retest on the high. Orb high. I don't know. Kind of stalling out up here. So, looks like it wants to relax. How bullish might they want to be? ATRs come down a little. Crazy. We've had that ATR has been up there pretty good most of the morning. All of a sudden, it just dropped. 15, 12, and 13. I got to lock in that green, Richard. That's all that matters. We're going to always be leaving some on the table. Always. Our candle looks pretty good. About 232. Oh. Like they're going to try to tackle possibly 425, 423. At 30-minute 50 up there, around another trend line, higher trend line on 15. So I'd be looking for projection up here if they do push that 15-minute candle up here. Tag that say there I say 439.40. I'm gonna try to give this some room to breathe. I was gonna switch this to 3 because then if I do that, I'll be too short if they get up there and smack it. But if they do close that 15-minute candle up there, it's going to be super bullish as well. So I wouldn't want to be in that the wrong way. Pop in. Get into this area where 30-minute 50 is. We're either going to see one or two things. I believe it's either going to reject really hard or might be to possibly to 500. Take profit out further just to give us some. See if they do some kind of wicked candle up there. I'll put a stop down here in case. Just after 11 o'clock market time. Close my trade out right there. I don't want to lock in what profit I do have and see what happens. Area. So Special K had one of our accounts 500 in the red from some of the mess we was doing this morning when the ATR was high. What are you in at right now? For those of y'all don't know, Special K is my wife, and on Thursday she trades with us when she's home from work. She's in how many you got? She just has one right now, but she's in at 388 with one micro. I already got out of mine, but she brought that account back from 500 to where it's like $50 in the red. And yeah, she did. She took 5. At first, she started with 5. She had confirmation 5. Now she's already down. She scaled out. That's how you, and she's trailing the last one. That's how you can be in the red and come back if you stay patient. She locked out of her, well, she didn't lock it out, but she stayed away from that account, got green in her other account, her accounts, and then she went back to it once she found what she was looking for. And one good trade brings it back. Hopefully she'll get it all the way back to break even or possibly green. Oh, well, this is a deciding point right here. That's what I was trying to tell everybody. This is a deciding point. We're sitting right on a trend line on 15-minute chart. What, I'm gonna pull it over here. Once again, let me show you what I'm looking at. We broke through that first one. Now they got 2 minutes and 53 seconds. They can sweep right here. They can sweep, but what matters is where it closes. Now, if they close above this line in 2 minutes, it's going to be on to over 500, more than likely. What we might see is that if they close above this trend line, what I would anticipate seeing is probably some sort of pullback, hopefully no more than 30 points, and hopefully a bigger push to the preferably over the trend line we want to close, even if it closes on it, say at 442 or 440 to 445, even if it closes right here in that little range there, we're sitting right on it. That could still be very bullish as well to the upside. But I would think that if it closes there, we're going to see some sort of retracement. You would think, and I don't know how much, say, I think that the RS1 pivot would be too much, but it could be. It could pull back that much. I mean, for all we know, that thing could close and push back down to the 15-minute 50 EMA, which is high. But it would still be above our trend line that we have on our chart now, and then retest a 15-minute 50 for the bounce. Got 50-something seconds to close. It's pretty bullish. I'll put it this way. I plan on putting up a little more risk on this trade if it sets up. Prefer to see a retracement first, though. It's not no 100-point retracement. Maybe, preferably about 25 points downside, but and if it's like 50 or 60, that's fine too. But you don't want to see eat the whole candle back. 5 seconds. See, closed above the trend line. We might be able to find a 100-point move out of this if it can pull back. I mean, it could go 100 points anyway. Try to hold it to 550. You're already in profit. Can let one run. Follow the structure. Way up. I want the long here, but I need to see retracement. Might not get the one that I want, so I might have to take what they give me, maybe. Because we did break through that trend line, but if they could pull it back to say 438 to 440 would be a retest on that trend line. It just broke, which ain't a very big pullback, you know, to test the trend line. Some points here. Only little pullback we're gonna get. I mean, come on now. That's all I get. Nice trade, Richard. Good job on the long. Come on down. Come on down. Push down. Pick me up. Limit train station. Good morning, Silent. Hope your day's green as well. Green so far. Been red, been green, been red again, been green again. Block some out in the green. Nice job, Silent. Come up. They're not moving price very far. Considering price actually moving down, but the momentum indicator was draining off faster than they're up in the. I say it's still going to be long here. I still wish it would come back a little more. See, there it is. I didn't get the pullback I wanted. They gave the. You got to take the pullback you get. Go long. I'll add to it still. Probably should have waited half minute. Oh well. Shit. James, I wasn't sitting. I didn't see what she was doing because we're like opposite sides of a desk, and all I know is that she fat weighted on some trade plan she put together over there, and she executed by entering with 5 micros and held out of them, take profit at structure levels on the way up, and then she left one to run and got like a lot out of the runner. I hadn't went into detail just yet on what trade she took or where at with her, so I'm not 100% sure. Morning swing. Yeah, silent. That's what I'm gonna try to hold for if they try to keep pushing here. I'm gonna be looking at the same area, 570. Not really liking real all too well on how the 15-minute candle's about to close in 7 seconds. Still above the trend line, like a pin top. You know, as bullish as we was, can't believe it right here. This level like this. Like where are my bulls at? Bulls at? Where the bulls at? Supposed to be stepping in and pushing. Where's that super green candle at? Back above and break through all this. You enjoying the streams? Don't forget to smash that like button. Get to 25 likes on the show. I'll give away a copy of the Trader Mindset book. Normally I would have done cut this trade, but I'm trying to hold because I really do think we got more upside here, but maybe not. Struggle's just real, and the R is pretty low. After 11:30 market time. And too heavy. So just as soon as I cut my trade, when they'll probably take it. On bulls push. James, Vindy is me. I am Vindy. FTE is just basically we are all FTE. Just a brand that I started, but I'm Vindy. Oh, come on, bulls. Really? Richard's in one at Nothing worse than getting caught up in push. Hold 5 manually there. I need to take some of this off, minimize my exposure and my redness. Yep, they need to do something. Give us some hard push, hard candle over candle. Prior low is 477 up here, that red dashed line. They can get nice if they can push and get above that. Or take out 470 and 480, and it would start looking better. Struggle is real. So undecided. I almost feel like we're back on VWAP like we was earlier. Chopping back and forth, back and forth. Man, what a loss. Did. I did too. Bad trade. Now we're closing back below the trend line on the 50. Took 3 of those off up manually. Leave the other 2 at break even. They can give us some downside. Not without stopping you at first. In it with 3. Off manually. 2 off manually. 1 go. Stop in. 1 back up here. Can't believe I got myself so in the red. Crazy. Fall kind of tight. Not give a lot of room to breathe because I try to cut this loss in about half, or maybe even get them break even. If they break below the 15-minute 50, they might just sweep, or they could bounce here. Maybe they're not really trying to do huge pullback or anything. But I'll take a waterfall if that's what they want to give me. Take it down 300 points for all I care. Of course, that 15-minute candle has 10 minutes to go. If it were to close below the 15-minute 50, that would not look good. But they could still sweep, go down a little further, and then push it back above it within 15 minutes. I'll move this down to the pivot. Because maybe if they could keep it below the pivot, that would be great. If they want to keep marching down. Get on down. Said no thanks. Nope. 767 in the red down to 608. Off to the 1550. They can follow through with that. Time to breathe here. The momentum on the 1 and 2 minute charts is pretty cooked to the oversold side. 5 minute room to expand to the FP. No, I don't currently do any one-on-one mentoring, but I do have some like things broke down into modules where I used to do like an hour and 15, hour and a half minute sessions with small groups, but I hadn't done any in a while. They're not even available right now. Something you might be interested in, maybe. Push you pulls. Take 2 off there manually. Put a stop in right here with 2. Oh, I don't want to buy. Stop them. Sell 1 here at the 50 on the 1 minute. Well, like when I was doing the courses, like the module things in small group, have them broke down into certain things like uh, precision entry zones and breaker structures, and I can't even remember what all I had in there. It was basically taking my precision trading course apart and doing individual one-on-one classes. See you, Silent. Have a great day. More room to the. Want to push it. But maybe I should. I forget I'm in the red. I need to not be stingy. Lock in green here. See if we can go back to the green side of things. Out of 1 more. A little tighter. This up tighter. On, let's go. These accounts back in the green. 400 something to go. Right, let's go, Bulls. Push it. Back from the Zoom call. That might be all we get out of the loan. All right, there it is. I'm made back about $300 so far from getting down in the red. Working on it. A horrible trade. Got in too heavy. Tried to take 3 here. More upside play. They take 1 off here maybe. We can get there. There. Come on, Bulls. Push it. All right, Melinda. We'll see you on the next one. Have a great day. Go. Put me back in the red. Yeah, I agree with that, Swank. That one I couldn't be one good trade away from getting it back anyway. I didn't keep my Had I kept my losses tight, I would have been better off, but I broke my own rules. It happens. How bad is it? Parents did? About what? Uh, James says in managing trades is managing trades an art or something. One that anyone can do. Have losses and then trades that recover seems like you have an art. Sure if you can replicate. Well, trade long enough and do enough reps. Um, I'm not really going to say it's an art. I think a lot of people, once they take a loss, they start revenge trading and doing things they shouldn't be doing instead of taking their time and not letting their emotions get involved. You know, I need to start protecting here. Nice little push back up. Come on. Come on, Bulls. Tap it. Tap it. Nice. Go on and get that other one up there. Come on, Bulls. Push. Push that 15-minute candle back above that trend line. I got 1 minute on that 15-minute. I could push it to 433 in the next minute. That'd be really bullish on that 15-minute chart. Better put some protection right there just in case. I'm out of both of those. Come on, bulls, push it. Down to 14. Bulls. Go bulls. Bulls. What you got? Add some to the position. Not a bad idea. Bad idea. Need to see what they're trying to do here. Having a hard time. They can get back up to say the high that they put over there. Probably ought to be where I put this at. They can get back up there. Take that out. Nothing wrong with it. Just be safe. I normally don't go as deep as I did earlier when I got 8 up, and that's why I got 8 up. That's why I don't go that deep. All right. And you know, a lot of people, they should lock out. Get that far in the red, tends to make people overtrade, make some bad decisions. But sometimes I'll lock out and not mess with them. I'm gonna try here. All right. If I don't, I'm okay with that too. Really, I just cared more about trying to cut my loss in half instead of it being, 767 or 768. Maybe get it into the 300. because then you're one good trade away from break even. But depending on what this market wants to do right here, maybe just try to get them back green now. Need to close the current 15-minute candle back over that trend line, not back below. Preferably if they can push it up into the 40s somewhere. The ideal. Come on, Bulls. Push. Want to lock that out right there and reposition. Now we're all the way down to 359 in red, 768. I'm gonna give it just a second. Making that 50 candle look pretty good. There's 6 minutes left, but I was looking at this. They kind of double tap up here on this level when we got that first rejection. They tapped it 1, 2, almost 3 times here. 4th time could be the end, downside. So hey, I'm gonna wait and see what they do when they get up there because all the momentum's extended. It needs to cool off anyway. Filling along, trailing. Unless we get some kind of death candle, red candle to the downside. It looks like they might be setting this up to try to run it again. Maybe. Might get some little pullbacks, you know. I would take a couple of. No, I won't. I'll wait. Leg here. Job, Richard. About 2.5 minutes on that 15-minute candle is looking real good too. Really, if they price up here, they. I need some sort of decent. Plus, I'm curious to how they're going to react to that 470 level. All right. Less than a minute, 54 seconds on the 15-minute. Some sort of a decent pullback. Ain't got to be huge. Something to cool off to 1 minute, 2 minute at least. They don't have to do that though. They can just. 12:15 market time. I'm waiting still to see how they react to the 470 level. Now they close that 50-minute back above that trend line. We're so close to the high on the day that on the session that I need to. They try to get up here and reject. Hard for me to get long when all the momentum on all these time frames is a spot, so not cool off. ATR is just what a slow grind. Good job, Richard. back into about the level I was in earlier that I got hurt on to the downside because it went against me. Because I participated in this level once already and got ate up, I need happens at around 470 before I get chopped up again. I've already minimized the damage. Now I'm down to 359 red from 760 something. If I have to, I can be done with these, lock them out. But I would still like to get them. Stepped away from the computer. And I see that they do that level, huh? What size Apex accounts are you trying to pass there, Richard? We have any new members on the stream? Let us know in chat. Well, we can welcome you to the community. If you're enjoying the streams, don't forget to smash that like button. Helps grow the community, push it out there further on YouTube. Get to 25 likes. Buy a copy of the Trader Mindset book. Don't forget to subscribe to YouTube. Set those notifications. That way you know every time we go live. about filled all that imbalance. I'll move that off, but working the way I want it to. Close that trade out. They'll probably leave. Now that I close is when I'll get the real drop. Got your monster trade there. Congratulations. Great job. Like an algo in the trend here. High as it is, low as it is, slow grinding to the upside. Hold on. Push. Push. Bounce. Could be. Well, we don't know yet. Really need to see it break on the 5 minute. Really. Beautiful. Keep pushing. Pushing. Come on, push down. Sitting right on that 5-minute trend line. Right on it. Still got 2.5 minutes for 5 to close. Try to, hopefully this will go back down here. I don't want to bounce it. Trying to get back, lock in as much green as I can on the red count. Break below that trend line on the 5-minute. Awfully bullish for that to happen. S1 pivot or something. Although they're cooling it off pretty good, the momentum side, so they should be able to expand a little more to the downside, especially on the 1 and 2 minute. 5-minute might not expand down too far. They got about 40 seconds. 5-minute. They don't push down here that it close above the trend line. Push it back below this low. Seconds, otherwise might be back to the upside. Push. Keep it above the trend. Nice too. Low out. Closed out. Long. They can make a push here. on, bulls, don't let me down. Stop me out. On, let's go, bulls. Push it. Could they come back and finally push above these highs? Go for something more? Cooled it off. One little leg down. All they needed to cool it down on the momentum side. Back here, check my. Keep chipping away at the red. They can get this back up to those, to the 15-minute high there in the next minute on the 5-minute. Bullish looking. Closed on the trend line, bounced right off of it. Push it. Push it, and take out that high. Yeah, I'm there. I think something's inbound like that as well. You know how it is though. Nothing's a straight line, so. Wang said they're building orders to push it up. Get above that previous day low and that prior open or close, whatever that there is. From there, prior close at 494, previous day low just above it, 60-minute 50. Now we get through some of that stuff there. It could be selling. Blue sky is possibly on up into this area up here where the overnight high is. Maybe. At 12:45 market time. Most gotcha. Yeah, lunchtime. So slow down son. What? Huh? Back in the night. Back at what? No. Come on, Bulls. Let's push. Go. Go. Trying to get get what I can here, update. I'm still in the same evals that I were in that I put 760 something to red. They're currently at 190, 185, 190 with where we're at now. So doing a pretty good job right now, chipping at it. Almost got it all the way back to break even. If we could get us a nice move, who knows? Might even get them $1 or $2 in the green. Oh, we might get in. We're already struggling a little bit, but we could really maybe get in a little struggling ordeal here at the 500 if we can get there. I'm going to close that out. Now I'm at 169 in the red. I across 3 accounts. Get back in it right here long. I'm going to try to take little bits of it, if I can. Do more of my position. Push down my entry. And try to scalp out. Little bitty base hit. Go a long way. Average down a little bit. I'm gonna put in a stop here because I don't need to be trying to hit any type of home runs. Just here, like a swing set, clawing back, clawing back. Oh man, they missed my order up there. What's going on? All right, I'll move this stop here tight, and I'll leave that there. But if they hit my stop, then I'll move that one up. Push on bulls. Take out my sell limit, not my sell top. Five-minute charts just coasting along on a 5-minute trend line as well. Keeps tapping it, but staying above it. Close this for now. They're riding awfully tight to that trend line on the 5. It's like, they need to push away from it. Otherwise, I feel like we're going to see kind of breakdown. All this slow grinding they're doing, it seems like we might see a big green candle get put in out of nowhere, or possibly a red candle. We're coming up on a whole hour there in a few minutes. 1 o'clock market time. Don't let them emotions get you. That makes sense, Richard. Makes sense for sure. Oh, bullish. What in the world? Right back. Too bullish. Hmm. But they broke below the trend line on the 5-minute. About a minute. So to push it back above. Here. If they want to try to roll it over some. No, I had I was green so far until I got caught up in this trade back here to the left a ways. It went against me and I was red. I got 700 something in red times 3. Copy trading 3 accounts. I've been trying to claw my way back for a while now. Been doing pretty good. Right at 200 in the red. They give me my death candle here or something, maybe I could get really close to being back break even. They really looks like they're trying to roll it over me. Might stop though. One, sit back a little ways. Let her rip. That way. Yep. We was trying to go long. I got caught. Where was I at when all that happened? That was way back here. I think it was in this part here. back here in this run here, got caught up in this mess, and then got hit in that drop. I was in too heavy. I had contracts. 167 in the red. Oh, nice look. Break above 500. Push bulls. $500. Make 500 your new baseline. Break above 500 and hold it. 545 or something. Got mine set to scale out a little ahead of that case. And who knows, I might not even be able to hold it that long. Take profit along the way. Is if we get there, we got to get above 500 and hold though. Be disappointed. Thanks, Richard. You too. Killing it today. A lot better than I am. I'm more like I'm getting killed today. Was anyway. They keep tapping at this 500, it's gonna break. Now at the open today, when I was going over the day on what I thought could happen, I was talking about if they want to push it up, they might get it to 500, but then we might get some kind of hard rejection. I hope I don't find myself in that situation right here. Finally tapped 500. But, well, really, that's, as long as if it were to close, say, up here on the 4-hour chart, talking about bulls, push that thing, push it above 500. Have to get above 500, maintain it, stay above it, maybe clear it, retest it, do something, but keep price above it so we can get that push. We could get that one last, get above 500, get this one last good, could be these accounts back to in the green or break even or something like that. Here we go. Back into the red. Pulls. Push. 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 Not looking like they like that 500 very well. Max around 500. Hold one manually. Let this ride and see. Push pulls. Oh. Richard's back in. In the long. Oh, well. World was at me. Completely under. Richard. Awfully choppy up here. Trying to decide to come break through that high finally. Come on, bull. Let's push this thing up into the 550 range. Quit messing around. Coming up on 1:30 market time. 5 minutes. Come on, bulls. Push it. Oh. Push. Push. Nice. Closed above 500. Now keep pushing. Pushing it the wrong way. Go the other way. Cleared 500 for a reason. Need to go and push because coming up soon. I need to end the stream. Plan on doing probably the Asia session tonight, so I'm not going to stream all day. Plus, I need to get some ribs on the smoker. Wife, we're going to dinner. Hours to get them done. Let's go, Bulls. Get it. On. Push, Bulls. Push. Do it. Hold one off manually. Right there. Pull this stop back a little bit. I can let it breathe. I'm going to close my trade right there because I don't like the way it's fighting. And as you can see, I am currently $45 in the red from 767 in the red. All while doing it live, calmly. I'm going to wrap up the stream right here, everybody. Plan on doing the Asia session tonight, so if you're on, we should be live. And then hope everybody has a great rest of your day. I got to get to cooking so that I can have some dinner. Hope everybody has a great rest of your day. Stay green, stay safe. And I'll see everybody. Well, I'll see some tonight probably, and then I'll see the rest at the New York Open tomorrow.